How about that? That better? Yeah, okay. Awesome! Thank you so much. That is so cool. Deeply appreciate that, Tubes. Thank you. So yeah, what I was saying, Tubes. So my now you can. Awesome. Yeah. No, my Stream Deck and OBS are not talking to each other right now. So I hit the button and forgot that it does a whole bunch of little pieces of magic. So there may be a couple more times of that where I suddenly I do a scene change and suddenly something stops working. So please be patient. I don't want to go through the aggravation of troubleshooting with Stream Deck and OBS right now. Just want to stream and play some game. So yeah. But what I was saying was that do a quick walkthrough of what it is I've done since the last time I did a stream. And then we're probably going to dismantle a good chunk of the industry part of my factory down here. And then move forward and then put it all back together again. Some growing pains and just some friction associated with, building on the fly, as well as a slight change of priorities. Had a fatal error. Yeah, okay. Yeah, OBS is OBSing. I'm waiting for a serious competitor to OBS to come out, ultimately. One that doesn't immediately go out of business as soon as I adopt it. Um, so yeah, put some tunes on, go for a walk, play some game. Should be cool. All right. Okay, there we go. So yeah, let's go for a quick walk. Um, I'll put some music on here in a minute, but so Omega 28 is doing a fantastic bloody job with the reskin of the Stellar Forge. Really looking good. Hopefully that'll be done within the next week and a bit. Um, and then this monster will be for sale. So that's cool. Hey, Van Hurt, good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Over here, as a result of Swervin and I's collective tree envy, I built my first tree planter. I think it looks pretty good. Um, Expanded the base somewhat. Laid foundation for the... Yeah, real looking good. Um, Started setting up the foundation to replace my silo with one that's a little bit better arranged, a little bit more reasonable given the way I like to do things. This was a good stopgap, but yeah. Um, Still trying to figure out exactly how much space I need to get my elevator to fit properly on the landing bay, but that's okay. It's coming along. Elevator is 100% operational. I'll show you the base up top in a moment. Have started dismantling a couple of my libraries and putting them into a super library core. So that's getting fun. All the glass panels and then several more glass panels, and I still need to make more glass panels, but that's okay. I'm really liking the way it's coming. That's working out really well, liking it a lot. The DSAT, public DSAT, regularly seeing people dropping in using that, going for a stroll around the factory to see what's up. That makes me happy. I'm going to keep this landing pad over here in spite of the fact it's not getting a lot of use. It's just handy to have it here for the odd time I got something big I need to do. And yeah, that's a lot of glass panels. But it's coming along. I really like the way it looks. It's So we're getting there slowly, and I've started laying out the infrastructure, or the support structure, if you will. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Tubes, I like that. Yeah. So yeah, we've got a. So this is coming along well. The idea is to leave. It'll. It's going to come out here roughly square. It's going to remain that sort of slope ziggurat look I've got going on down here, and then is going to go square into that. This is going to stay as it is. You can see I got a couple of planters put down. Those will get filled in. But the idea is to leave room so I can put another L core in here eventually, and add, if required, that'll give me the option to put another core over here and have this sort of just join into it seamlessly. Continuing laser bridge, to borrow the phrase from Swervin, from whoever he stole it from. So got finally unlocked the green skin for the force fields, so that's working well, right? So I just like that. That's just a cool thing. We're doing okay on the industry front. Lots stomping out. Um, and yeah, just do not underestimate the amount of voxel it takes to build a floor on an L core. I'm just, it just doesn't stop, and it just doesn't stop. All right. So yeah, let's take a quick lunge up top. Here we go. Hey, Spiff, good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Alrighty, and go. Yeah, okay, lots of fuel. Don't need to worry about that. Oh, you are being confused? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, yeah, because it's 256 by 256, which is 4096 or something like that. We got ourselves stuck, did we? Yeah, we're stuck. Okay, one sec. Okay, let's switch that off then. I've been rearranging the foundation around this thing, trying to get it to set up right, so that eventually the idea is to have this, essentially, if you will, a flame pit for the, this thing kind of settles down, have the gates pop out the way you do on a high port, so it's just kind of sitting there, and then as part of the takeoff process, the gates retract, and this sort of works as a flame pit, and then I want to sort of decorate that up like it's looking a bit scorched or gouged out. But that has meant that a couple times, hey, Warlisa, good to see you. But that has meant a couple times I've managed to, produce a circumstance under which the thing just will not take off. Because it's technically voxel locked in one box inside the other. So a little wiggle here, and then we'll take off. Okay, you gonna work this time? And move to your start position, please. There we go. We're actually moving this time. So, Van Herk, actually, yes, I was thinking about that. I think they'll be revolutionary in being able to design compact elevators. Because that bulk, yeah, reduced down to something, that tall. Absolutely. I just haven't run any off yet. What's going on? All Alright, well, let's do this a different way. Up. Move. Up. 50. 22. There we go. And then go. Okay, Van Herk, that's hysterical. That is hysterical. Yes, Biff. That was actually something when the Vulcans were initially announced. That was one of the first things that came to mind. Particularly where the worst offenders, as a minimum, the counter phases would dramatically improve this one here by simply doing counter phase space engines. My gut but I'm just not producing them internally just yet. So that's something I need to. Once I get the factory rebuilt today, that's going to be something I'll be doing is building a couple of counter phases and a couple of Vulcans, because even the counter phase would dramatically reduce that massive pylon that's right there, which kind of complicates everything about building this. It's actually the reason I haven't finished doing up the engine cowlings and stuff like that. It's because I realized the counter phase and the Vulcans were going to radically change this design, so I didn't see a point to wrapping the whole thing up in voxels only to tear it apart again. So, but I needed an elevator, just, yeah. Okay. There we are. I may have forgotten to load this thing before I left, but that's okay. Fuel's cheap. Um, there we go. So, using a relay to deploy the locking doors and the ramp, the force field ramp. So that's kind of cool. Those things are wildly underutilized in this game. I got to come up with more ways to put them to use. This is working out most of the way I want. Pretty sure I forgot the spare doors, though, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Left them behind. Oh, well, that's fine. I'll do that on another run. But, yeah, I got the beginnings of a modest space station here. Eventually there's going to be a full... It's an L-core, right? I got lots of room. That buoy up there is the top corner. So, I mean, just... And This is the hangar is literally in the middle of the core. So the idea is going to be that initially I'm going to build downwards, right? Um, and so the elevator will be going up through a shaft in the middle of the core, and that's all going to be glass lined, surrounded by basically operating Tiny Factory. Y'all know about me, Tiny Factory and glass, right? So, and well, quartz is cheap. Hematite, not. And I'm going through a lot of hematite right now making windows, but glass cheap. So yeah, I'm having fun. Trying to come up with cool ways that people who are visiting get to see stuff. So I'm doing a walking deck over the hangar. So this is all glassed, right? And this is just glass pane. This is relatively cheap to do. But the idea is that when if anyone's up here for whatever reason, if I go ahead and set up my own corporation, you know, as people are going to be up here on the station doing stuff, oh, that one's not filled in yet. You know, you'll be able to walk. This will all be operating space. You'll be able to walk over it, look down, see, you know, straight to the planet if the shuttle's not in, or watch the shuttle coming up and docking if you're here. And then the ultimate idea is that, oops. That one doesn't have glass in it either, apparently. All right, so I need to bring a boatload of glass up, literally. But yeah, the idea is that where those buoys are is going to be a full L-core size landing pad, so that the couple of space-only ships I'm planning on building will be able to just land up there, unload to the station, do whatever I need to do, and then move out again. The factory ship right now is hybrid, but I'm already mentally working on the next factory ship design, which will be space and warp, space only warp ag. Probably two full tiny factory builds inside, that kind of idea. Much less svelte, much more looking like a flying factory out of the 1920s. Yeah, Flying Caldari Space Station would be the best way of explaining it for those of you who've done anything with Eve. So yeah, so anyway, progress, right? Progress is progress. All progress is good progress. But yeah, I'm happy. I have a space elevator again. I love those things. Oop. I keep forgetting there's a sensor on that door. There we go. But yeah, you can see easily how much visual room would be saved on this if I could do all this with Vulcans, right? It'd just be a bunch of little nozzles. So much more elegant. I had someone ask me about the E19 and why it wasn't I was using the Vulcan engines on the E19 for visual fidelity, given the fact it's supposed to be a reproduction of the Space 1999 Eagle. Sorry about that. And in that case, it's a compromise for exportability. I want a design that if I, for whatever reason, I go over, let's say, to TTV, I can just take that design with me, set it up over there for people to use as well. Hey, Sky Gallant. But of course, the problem is that if you use Settlers-only parts, you wind up with a design that only works on Settlers, right? So that causes its own problems. So I'll probably wind up essentially doing two versions of everything I design for sale. One is going to be, you know, generic, using live-only components, and then the other version will wind up being a Settlers fancy version. It's the single biggest challenge I can see right now with the way that I don't want to say industry, but the game, the server space is playing out. Move -U to... There we go. Now can we do this, please? Thank you. Um, Also Trinity Factory. That's great, Skyland. Yeah. The only reason I have a decent sized L core on Haven is because I just don't see because I don't see a point to not building with L cores. It's one of those things I'll tell new players is rush your L core technology as fast as you can, and then just build everything in L cores. It's just so less constrictive in terms of creativity. Right. On the other hand, um, almost everything. There's the only reason I would advocate not using an L core for everything is the size of the actual core itself. If you want to build a small ship, an L core object chews up a lot of space, physical real estate. But otherwise, just the ability to build a ship that's essentially whatever shape you want in whatever weird proportions you want. Docking to what? Okay, but what are you docking with? Like the number of times I've needed to dock to something, well, actually, almost exclusively, it's been to recover somebody else's ship, or because I was operating a carrier, and docking is the way is the way to secure one ship to another for warp flight. But other than that, I don't use the docking mechanic. Need to put a laser gate on this thing. Yeah, I've heard the docking argument before, but I always get the same rough thing, which is that most people then can't explain to me what they're going to dock with. The only reason that you need to dock with something is for salvage. If you are in a position where you need to have a starship airlifted by somebody else, you probably need to seriously consider getting someone to bring you a repair unit and just waiting until tomorrow to have the repair unit just auto repair it for you and fly it out. But yeah, as a minimum, for statics at least, I don't see a point. For statics 100%, I see no point in building anything. What RDMS? Yep, there we go again. It misidentifies the surface, which is the reason I'm trying to rearrange this. Okay. And we'll just go idle here. Yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But under those conditions, Skygalant, if I was building a ship intended to dock on a carrier, then yes, of course, a little bit of forethought and planning says don't use an L core for a ship that is intended to dock on a carrier. You're right. Use an M core instead. But beyond that, yeah, I don't like the create. If you are building for the sake of building pretty, which is different than building functionally, the bigger the core, the more creative space you have exponentially. That's all I'm saying. Um, Like, I'm pretty sure I could have built that on an M-core frame. Actually, no. I intentionally used the entire length of the L-core, but in terms of the actual volume of the L-core, this ship is tiny. Right? Come on now. Right, like, this is an L-core volume. And I used about 80% of the length of an L-core to get this done. Right. Even, yeah, 80%? Yeah, about 80%. But I don't think I've used 20% of the total volume. Right, just the amount of workspace you have to do stuff with this is just awesome. And like I say, and just because that's my opinion doesn't mean I think doesn't mean that I'm instantly right. You know, just, so we're clear. It's, but I keep, one of those things I hear commonly as a question is there a way to replace the core with a bigger core? Nope. There isn't. So, if you're not worrying about things like dockability, then the answer is just start with the biggest core you can, because that avoids the problem of having to manually disassemble a ship and build it into a new core or a new station because you've had a better idea, or, your needs have changed. I've got, 10 meters here worth of space up ahead of the nose of this thing. If I wanted to extend it, I could. But again, particularly for, but certainly particularly for statics, ground core, space cores, yeah, just build L. Be done with it and just build L. Okay, so let's talk about this mess. So the problem I have is that as I build this out, the way my foundry is set up is going to cause problems with the rest of my factory. And the way I have the top floor set up is going to cause problems. And that will directly, and trying to fix the upstairs is directly going to screw up the downstairs. So, what I'm gonna do, how much time's left on you guys? 8 minutes. Okay, what about you? 2 minutes. Okay, I'll let those run. I can work on other things while I'm waiting for those. So what I'm going to do is essentially take the factory apart and put it back together so that it is much more growth friendly. The other thing I had not considered up to that point was this monster here. Each one of these rows is 20 seconds. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, it's 12. So 12. So I've got, 3.5 minutes of delay loop here. And what this does is runs my entire factory in sequence. So it runs one line, it runs the next line, the foundry, and then the whole way through. And right now it's a 5-core. Yeah, it's a 5-point counter. I'm not using one of the plugs on it, but there'll be another line that's getting set up as part of the whole thing. So the idea is to, as I say, is just take it down, put it all back together again in a way that's going to, that now that I have more than just one line trying to do everything, is going to be much more focused in the direction of growth. Because ultimately I want the whole bottom floor of this at least filled in with equipment, with operating machinery. That's the idea. And then, yeah, go from there. So, the next question I have is what got finished overnight? Sort by name, plus, and then which one are you? Okay, you're the right thing. Okay, I've got another uncommon optimized, which was the question I had. Very good. We'll drop that here, and then I think it's the S containers I'm using. So we'll go there. Let's go take a quick look. What are you? Yeah, your S's. Okay, good. That's what I thought. Yeah, Skyland, just to get back to that conversation real quick, the short version is I didn't say be a blind slave to a concept. I said unless there are good reasons, just do this. You keep coming up with with exceptions that would be qualifiable as good reasons for the circumstances. Yes. I'm not asking people to be stupid and do what I do and do what I say as a religion. I'm the last person who would advocate that. Trust me. I'm saying that under the aegis of the statement that all generalizations are false, including this one, in general, I see no reason. I see, in general, there are a few reasons to not just build at an L core scale, except for the physical volume of the L core itself. That's it. That's all I said. And if that's wrong for you, that's fine. It's not wrong for me. And most players I speak to, it does not seem to be wrong for. But again, all generalizations are false, including this one. Okay, equip. Let's get this plugged in. What's going on? Just a weird hitbox or what? Yeah, just a weird hitbox. Okay. Here we go. Equip. Oh, need music. Our building must has musics. Let me know if the music is either too loud or not loud enough. There we go. All right. And okay. All right, that's looking okay. Do I have? I think I do. Oh, that wasn't very bright of me. Oh well. There are ways around these problems. Okay, let's get this done. Does that look right? Yes, that looks right. And copy. And not enough material. Okay. What are you? Age blue platter. Age blue pattern. Oh, don't have any in here. Yeah, okay. Oops. Are we blue? We are not yet blue. Okay. It's probably the glossy copper. I'll wind up using the glossy aluminum anyway. We'll just grab a half of that. I've got... Okay. I don't have any yellow lumi. That's certainly not going to help my cause. I need the... Go. Anybody else? Should be it. Still no. What am I missing? Galvanized blue, yep. Glossy aluminum, yep. Gauge blue pattern. Did I grab the wrong blue pattern? Nope, that's correct. What are you? You're orange, aren't you? Yeah, you're orange, not yellow. I don't know if it's just me, but I find that at distance, the the deployed difference between yellow and orange isn't that significant. Yep, there we go. That's what it was. Okay. Ah, sheep dip. There we go. That looks good. And Shift Enter. And then we're gonna spin it around. There we go. And then do it again. There we go. Yep, that looks right. Yay. I might vaguely know what I'm doing. Awesome! Okay, cool. So there we go. And then that was kind of silly because I didn't do the obvious thing, which is hook it up while I could see it easily. But that's okay. So that goes there. Okay, so what does that give me now? Okay, so half a million liters. Just a smidge under a 500,000 liters. Okay. Not huge, but valuable. Okay. And icky jaggy. I'll figure out how to fix that. It should be a relatively straightforward way to fix that, but every time I try and fix this, it just destroys that, so... At least, not a favorite thing. Okay. And then we're going to set... This is my linked container. And then we are going to go favorite. And then we are going to add a container. And this will be Haven A1 Silo 2. And save. There we go. Okay. So now I can work with that. So, first thing to do is to dismantle the server room-ish. So, okay. So we're going to go back. Oops. And favorite container, back to outpost storage. Now, how much space do I have in my outpost storage? 132 kiloliters. Okay. I use the outpost storage as my build box, to borrow Drax's phrase. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to use the new silo to do that. All right. Okay. So, well, here we go. Because of the way my head works, it's actually easier for me mechanically to just disassemble and start over than to try and rearrange and kludge. So that's why I'm doing it this way, in case you're wondering what madness it is I'm up to. Excuse me. Here we go. Just slightly out of range. Those can stay there because ultimately that's actually not going to change. Those are right sized. They're doing what I want. They may not be in the right spot, but that's a non-problem. Same thing with over here. That's new. It's doing exactly what I want. Non-problem. It's the rest of it that's the grumbly bits. Now. Deal with those in a minute. And I know there's probably someone on the VOD or currently in the audience who's thinking to themselves, aren't you making a lot of work for yourself? And no, I'm making a lot of play for myself. There's a difference. I enjoy doing this kind of stuff. Like, this is... It's it's more annoying to me to not have it the way I want it than it is to do it all over again 2 or 3 times. Just, yeah, because I have fun doing it. So, yeah, all good. And it lets me learn. You know, there's always that chance that, you know, in the process of building it, I'll go, hey, new idea, let's try it. Maybe it works better, maybe it doesn't. We'll find out. I still don't fully understand Tiny Factory, which is funny as for someone who's the software maintainer of the project to say. But my thing is that I'm still learning what it's possible. The idea, I mean, you know, Syncopio is the one who came up with the idea of using a sequencer to manage, you know, the load issues, you know, and really extend it outwards beyond the original vision into something that you could use to manage a large-scale factory, a not tiny factory, if you will. That's awesome. Like, that's just not someplace I'd have thought to take it. So there's all kinds of stuff left to learn in terms of the potential for that project. So it's cool. I don't know if you saw, but we, since I set the dispensers up with the new build of Tiny Factory, oops, it's been emptied once, which was 25 copies of the blueprint. I just had someone contact me yesterday saying, oh, by the way, your dispensers are empty. So that's 25... potentially 25 new installs of Tiny Factory, which is fantastic. And yeah, you know, free. I'm not charging for the blueprints. They are not the build, the Tiny Factory XS core build. No, it's an S core. S core build is not DRM protected, so you know. One could be many, don't know, but as a minimum I know that 25 have gone out, which is great. Makes me feel good. Okay. The fact that a lot of that gear was just sitting there as opposed to running indicates to me it is an example of part of the problem I'm seeing. And it's completely an organizational one. We're just going to tuck these over here for now to get them out of my way. Those will stay where they're at. And this one got built funny. It's got refiners in it, which I don't need. This was a demo build the other day just to do as a tutorial. But as a result, it's not set up the way I would normally set them up, so this is going to get scrapped as well. Which one are you? Yeah, you're or in. Okay. Let's dump all the ore back to where I want to keep it. Okay, let's get the programming boards out of here too. Let's go over here. What are you? Okay. So... go put all this stuff in... no, because I'm going to empty out finished goods completely. It's all going to go into the silo. Okay. Whoops, no. Stack all. Okay. What are you doing? Please stop. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Let's get rid of these before that causes... I'm gonna have to empty those out again. Okay. Yes. Okay. Just had that eek moment where I was convinced I was putting everything in an ore bin. The tutorial build went pretty well, I thought. A few people have messaged me to tell me that it helped, so you know that makes it worth having done. Is that? I think that's all of it. Okay, so you're okay. You've got coal. I'm just gonna pitch you here, and you can go away once in. Leave that there for now in case a couple of machines spin up and do strange things. That's... Okay, what am I going to do with this? Okay, easy answer. Craft. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Stop. Anything else? Okay, I need to go through all of this, and yeah, there we go. Hello. Oh, yes, you can come up. There we go. Careful, claws. Ow. Okay. Ebony has just come to visit, so brief moment of eek, sharp objects. Let's take the factory down before I do anything else. Because that's just going to... Because I'm just going to have to run through the whole thing anyway, looking to turn stuff off. Might as well just take it down while I'm doing that. I had to compromise. Well, it wasn't a have to compromise. I intentionally made some weird decisions with the design on this one, just to show folks during the tutorial how to build if you don't have perfect pairs or even numbers of everything, and how that balances out on a tiny factory build. So again, it's a great demo line. It gets a lot of the objectives I want to use for teaching done. Also annoys the hell out of me for actually doing industry. So, yeah, we're just going to fold it up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. That's fine. Can I recursively pack? No, that's what I thought. There's an obvious answer, isn't it? Just should have dumped it in here and then packed this. But, oh well, here we are. Pack items. Crafting 3. Yep, I get that. Ebony's fussy. Sometimes just wants to climb up just to say hi, and then wanders off. Just like, we're oh, never mind. Linked container. What are you linked to? Oh, right. You're plugged in over there. Okay. Well, that's fine. Okay. Why can't I delete the link? I mean, not the end of the world, but... Alright, you sit over here. I'll sort you out later. Okay, and that's all finished goods. I know there's a way that I could just brute force fix it, but bluntly, I don't care enough to do that right now. These are already all plugged in over here, so what I probably want to do, in fact... that's you. Where... what? Where are you going? Oh, that's going... okay, that's all going up. Yeah, okay. Yes. It's grumbling because these containers are hooked up upstairs. That's what it's complaining about. Forgot. Alright, silo shenanigans after this. So what I was finding was that originally my vision was that every line would specialize in something, but what I really found was happening was that I was being really annoyed about the fact that I had a lot of lines just sitting doing shit when I desperately needed more windows. And so what I'm going to do is balance things off a bit more so they run a little... so that it's much more of a distributed architecture, where I can assign any job to anything and it'll just do, right? And so if I need a lot of windows, I can have every line in the plant building windows. If I have a request for, you know, ship parts from a customer, I can have every line in the plant. If I'm doing 5 different projects, because ADHD... okay, well, every line can be doing a different project. But right now, I don't really have... because of the way I had this area set up, I couldn't do that. Too specialized. So, take it all apart, rebalance this area, and then that, in turn, forces the rebalance of what was down below, because in some cases I didn't have the machinery down there required to support the changes I wanted up here. Or had not enough, or too much, or whatever. Again, I do get to the point where some things are just easier for me mentally to just tear it apart and start over than to fight with it. Okay, well, tell you what. If you have something to output, why don't you do that to here? Okay, there we go. So you can go away now. And you're still running. You're going to go to finished goods 03. What I got left? 13 minutes. You know what? Just stop. Don't need it that bad. Go away. Hey, Tin Man Down. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you. Huh. What happened there? Give me a sec here, folks. Just saw the browser do something weird. Not Browser Frog, the browser. Different. Yeah, that's right. Forgot to turn that on. There we go. Okay. Okay. These. Do I want to empty those out or just leave them for now? I had this cunning plan that what I was going to do. No, that can stay as it. Yeah, actually. Okay, I'm waffling. I'll go do something else. Let's fix the floor. So, how you doing, Tin Man? What you up to? And actually, shout out. Who else is playing DU right now? Just hanging out, playing DU, listening to the stream. Let me know. Let me know in the chat, please. Okay. All right. Just grinding DU on Settlers. Cool. Yeah. Okay. All right. Floor is Bork. Where are floor things? Floor things are here. Probably will regret. Been on for just over a week now. Awesome. What are you thinking of it so far? That's a pain in the ass, tubes. Yeah, Lunar and Jimbo have said their guiding light, if you will, is the idea of give the players what they were asking for. You know, the biggest single thing that a lot of people said about NQ was that they were deaf to player requests. Now, as someone who has worked in street team and game design and things like that, I can tell you why that was, almost guaranteed. Not malice, economic necessity. But Lunar and Jimbo aren't operating under those restraints. They're spending a couple of hundred euros at a month, at least, might be 300 euros a month, to make this happen. So they're operating in the inverse economic paradigm that Novacork was operating under. There is no S in euro? Okay, so euro and euro. So euro is both the singular and the plural. Thank you. I didn't know that. I've seen it written in North American reporting with an S, which was where that comes from. So thank you. Appreciate that. Hey, it's a good day. I just learned something. That's pretty much my criteria. Any day that I learn something is a good day. Will it all fit? That is the question. I really don't have to put a regular container into this stupid thing. Might. I have doubts. Yeah, 50,000 liters left. 30,000 liters to go. Yeah, it will all fit. Awesome. Oh, no. Apparently I cannot count. That's not a surprising revelation, honestly. Okay, so the problem is the craft bins. So... let's switch some stuff around here. Okay, cool. I'm just going to leave that as it is. Yeah, I really do wish. Well, I could... what have I got here? I need 60,000 liters of volume to fit. Okay. Those S's are how much? Inspect. No, not... no. Wrong button. Sorry about that, folks. Not a basic container, the expanded fancy, the uncommon. They're 10,000 liters each, so yeah, okay. What I could do short term is use a couple of M's, bolt a couple of M's in there, and that'd do it. I think that's what we'll do, just so I can put everything where I want it. Okay, so first off, does it fit? Because M's are weird. Yeah, okay. It's not... It's not... No, so what I was trying to remember was if they were actually wider than the L's are, and they're not enough to punch through the voxels, which is really all I care about. The sizing on them is weird in terms of the volume. You don't get two of these, regardless of what they look like, do not equal one of those, right? But, yeah, okay. Oh, how many plugs do I get on this stupid thing before I do much more damage to myself here? Not that. Wrong button. 6. Oh. I can't figure out from this how many containers I can plug into this. Why is that, Sky? I think I can only plug in one more container. Everything else is marked item restricted, but I only have one left that's marked item. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. But I can tack another L onto that. That's fine. That'll get me a lot of distance. But for now, this will do. Or I could yank those S's out of there and just abandon that space. I just hate unused space, right? I want to do something with it. But... okay, how long have we been at here? Okay, we're an hour and 20. Alright, it's not terrible. Alright, so we're gonna... did I plug these in? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Okay, so now how much volume do I have to work with? Okay, so I'm at 400,000 liters. Okay. I think you've misspelled creative yet inefficient. Alright, what are you doing? Alright, let's... okay. One disaster at a time, please, Michelle. Right. Okay. Oh, I see what's going on. That's quite funny. Hey, Kestrel. Welcome. Good to see you. Glad you're here. Anybody else? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Right. Now can I fix the friggin' floor? Yes, good, thank you. I mean, I'm just going to break it again in a minute, but I don't want to break it, but I'll be breaking it in different places. So, you know. I'm also thinking actually of doing it slightly differently. Again, huh? Oh, bugger. There. Oh, weird. How did I manage that? Okay. There we go. Yeah, don't forget you can click to copy for configs. Makes things much better. Drax did not know that, which I found funny as hell. I was watching his stream the other evening, and he was in the process of... And I glanced over as he was doing something, and I realized he was manually like installing a dozen or 20 metal workers, and then going in and manually configuring them all to do this. It's like, why aren't you just copy pasting? And it was like, what are you talking about, dude? Copy paste using it. So yet again, another reason why it is valuable to read the server documentation. I don't know how many of those he had done on that stream, that just because I was just more listening and chatting at random than watching what he was doing, that he had, had configured dozens to 30s of machines by hand instead of just copy pasting the configs because hadn't read the server documentation. So yeah, that's a thing. Alright, now you have one machine for each thing. Alright, well that's actually simple. That's the minimum amount of work, really. Alright, that's 57,000 liters. Yeah, it's just gonna have to stay there in those bins for now, and then I'll move shit around later. Okay. Okay, now. Just sit over here, please. Apparently there's a maximum placement range. Didn't know that. That's kind of a drag. Okay. Okay, that's right. No, that does not say Oreo. Although it kind of does say Oreo, doesn't it? Okay, now, you... tear this down a bit. Not bad for a first try. Gave me some good ideas. Reminded me of what it was. Some stuff I had done when I was with the space station on live. Got me going in the right direction. Ultimately not doing what I want right now. So, and it's in the wrong spot. But such is the nature of base building. I'm probably going to do the side lights like this on this one, but just haven't gotten there yet. I wanted to see what it looks like as it develops some altitude during construction. Because that silo is probably going to be 3 distinct modules in terms of internal capacity, right? Ah, wrong button. There, it gets me where I want to go a bit more. Now, what are you? Okay. So, okay, that's a waitress storage. I'll sit you over here for now. You can stop doing that. Where are you? You're probably ore? Yeah, okay. Ah, okay. Copy. Hello. There we go. Thank you. Good of you to show up. I thought I had been naming them. Like, it's highly unusual that I didn't, so it was like, what? But I started and then forgot is what happened. Okay. Alright, and you're just empty. Really? Yeah, okay. You can go away. And that's it, we done? That's it, we done. Okay, let's clean up the lights on the side of the thing and finish tearing it down, and that will free up some room over here. Cool. Bah, I still missed a couple pieces. Awesome. Highly effective. Oh, there it is. Okay, that cleans that mess up, and that gets me going again. Alright. The ore bins will go over there. Do I just want to set that up as its own silo? Do I need that spot? I think... Yeah, let's set these here. I will sort that out later, because I'm half thinking that if I do put those into a silo, that would be a cool thing to put over here, use up just a little bit of this margin over here, or back over here. I think that'd be a better way of doing it. All right, now let's fix the floor up here, and then start putting down the assemblers after I see what the hell I have. Again, pretty much sure I've come up with a better way to do this. Oop. Well, that would actually be the better way, but I'm going to use a different color for it. Oop. Good grief. And they let me drive a car. Does that horrify you? Sometimes it horrifies me. In fact, they just sold me a new car. Well, new to me car. My 2012 Escape just finally gave up, so I got myself a new to me Malibu. Really wanted an electric this time around, but there's just no way I could afford it. A couple of years probably, but today, no. Hopefully that'll have been delivered by my, I won't let you drive, Skygalant? Yeah, okay. So I'm hoping it'll be delivered by my birthday. That'll be nice. Have a new toy. Okay. Now, let's go to Elements, Functionale. Let's start with size. Okay, so we've got a basic assembly line and 4 uncommons. Okay. So where is... Okay, that's the pole. All right. Let's do this. So you're going to go here. That would do. Is that 3? I think it's 3. That is 3. Okay, cool. Let me just quickie a couple things here. What is Kaiser? I know what a Kaiser is. Couldn't tell you what a Kaiser is. So 1, 2, 3 goes there. There we go. Cool. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then just drop a... Gets that done. Okay, cool. That's my walk lane. Now, why is that? Am I being weird or is it being weird? Oh no, okay, it's doing what I wanted. Okay. All right, that's my walk lane. Cool. All right, so one of those goes there. Then we go back to what I'm doing here, and then we want the rest of these. Here we go. Okay. And then I need the... Oh, I still have one. Quick. Yep. Yeah. Is that right? No, that's not right. There we go. There we go. That's better. Okay, so now I've got that. And then... I've got two basics. Sure. Equip. And it turns out the basics still get used for stuff, which I was baffled to find. It turns out that to build an XL assembly line, you can't build it with an uncommon. Hey, Mr. Holiday, you've got to build a basic. You have to have a large basic assembler to build a basic extra large assembler. Then use the basic extra large assembler to build the uncommon extra large assembler. So I wind up having to build... Yeah, so I was kind of surprised to find that was the case. Alright, and then we've got equip. Now here... There's a post there. So we'll have to go to a side. Is that lined up right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So you'll go there. You'll go there. Okay, and then I've got, what, 5 left? Hey, look at that. I have 5 of those. So we're going to go up. Are we through the pillar? We are snugging the pillar, but that's okay. That'll just get done as a cutout. there. Okay, now. Go. It'll look pretty cool once it's up and running. Okay. So how's Mr. Holiday? What you up to? Oh, we're out. Oh, no! No, not really. You can go like that. You can go there. And you can go there. Okay. So, not terrible. That gives me a decent amount of everything per line. Now, what's that work out to be? 1, 2, 3, 4. Or alternately, my most packed line would be 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's not terrible at all. 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Lots of room. Because 8 machines. So the math is I want to keep just messing around with the base. Awesome. So hang on a second here. Right. So roughly, I don't want to go any more than 38 machines per line, right? Including transfer units. So the other limitation is the number of connections that are easy to hook up to the various boxes, right? So every machine needs a connector. Unless I want to run a waitress, every machine needs a connector to one of the lane output boxes. Okay. And I'd rather not run a waitress. It slows things down. So I did it with the first one. So, yeah. So if I've got 8... Whoops. What did you do? Okay. So then that leaves me 30 machines, right? And then I had worked out... Where is it? Dual universe. So a line cook winds up 10 machines. Okay. So I can build a fully kitted, but I don't need a recycler, right? Because I'm scavenging gas elsewhere. So the recycler I don't need. In fact, I'm going to notate that. Because the three big roadblocks are metalworking, electronics, and the 3D printing. Those ones just take a while for the amount you get. So, as much as possible, and then I'm going to move the smelter and the refiner are going to be over in the foundry, right? So that gives me 2 more slots. So then I can put 2 glass furnaces. I can do 2 of everything. Is that it? Wow. Okay. Well, let's get one. Actually, let's go fix the foundry first. Let's go fix the foundry first, because that's the next knock-on problem that I had. Okay. So what I wound up with is a problem of running out of connectors. Right? And what were you two doing? Okay, you were just... Yeah, right. I know what these are for. Let's get rid of them. Don't need them. So what I wound up is I ran out of plugs on my bin, right? And so I wound up having to set up another bin with a transfer unit running to it to shovel material into it for other machines to pick up. That's not efficient. Same thing here, I got into the same problem with, what are you, your catalyst? Yeah, okay, you're actually in the wrong spot. I'm gonna grab the catalyst out of there. I still have, oh, the XSs, I need to place those. Let's go do that. Okay, let me get rid of this thing here. Okay, there. Let's go put those excess machines into position, because obviously enough need those. They do get used. Okay, so I've got a 1 there, right? So okay, well, let's just... Doopy-doopy-doo. Wrong button. 1 sec, Skygolant. Just don't want to lose my thought here. Thoughts are precious. I don't have them very often. I try and protect them when they show up. Alright, 1 moment. You can go here. I really ought to have one, say, there-ish. And then... lasers! Equip. That's what I thought. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's sort of what I thought. There, that's not terrible. Okay, cool. Okay. Ah! Fell through the floor. Or, no, fell off the floor. Okay, do I need to use the talent? Do I need the talent to use the machine? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, if you cannot turn it on, then Tiny Factory can't turn it on either. Tiny Factory is just a long stick flipping the switch for you. Render slowdown. Okay. I don't actually know how this corner goes together. So I'm gonna guess. And say probably that. Blocking stuff off using the lasers I find really handy. Makes it so easy to see where stuff should or should not go. Right. Okay. I've never checked to see if they'll go through a window. But I'll do that later. Doesn't need to be now. But anyway, you can see the idea of what I'm doing, right? You just mark out the edges using the lasers, and that it makes it easy to figure out where your margins are, if you were. Okay. All right. So let's go back to assembler. And I still got 2 of these. Equip. So maybe I put second one over here. Boop. And I've already got 2 there. And, you know, I got a lot of empty space right in the middle here. So this one will go here as well. Okay. So that's not looking terrible. And then we're going to go back here. Elements, all types, functional. Then I need, okay, yeah, basic honeycomb. We'll go here. Oh, yeah. Okay. And then uncommon honeycomb units. Post in awkward position. Let's see here. Well, it doesn't actually get in the way, regardless of what it looks like. There we go. Okay, so that's... Okay, yep, that's looking all right. You're a bit far forward. rapidly running out of lasers. Sort of what I was afraid of. Do I care about... Yeah, I do, unfortunately. Oh, I have lots of room. That is... Yeah, okay. 1 sec. This is not the edge I was thinking it was. Can I do that? Will it let me? No, it will not let me. Tyranny, I say! Well, tyranny, depending on your language. Okay, let's not go much further than that. Okay, cool. That gives me lots of room, and we're just going to rotate these so they're not quite occupying as much space. Now this one's going to be weird, but we'll see. Oh, does it clear? Yeah, it does. Nice. Okay. Okay, so that's cool. Then okay, back to what I was doing over here. Elements, all functional. Then I need a glass furnace per. And over here, since I've got an odd duck anyway, this will be where we put a recycler. Fuck off. And I do say sincerely unto you, sir, please. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right. Don't need 3D printing. The only thing I would need chemical for is fuel production. I have that isolated into its own stack for oxygen and hydrogen consumption management. The recycler I have set up so I can do what's it? Scrap on demand. What did I put there? What are you? You're basic. Oh, that's right, they don't go any higher than basic. I feel like this... Oops, no, not you. That is probably not a bad investment. Okay. All right. So I can generate a hell of a lot of scrap in a hurry that way. Cool. Okay, so this is done. This is done with flavor, as it were. Let's get over here and get to work on the foundry. So the foundry is actually going to be 2 foundries, and that sort of turns out to be the catch. So I'm going to need to move you over here for now. Yep, cool. And then you are product 01. Okay. So then I need another, and that's just a basic M. You go sit over here for a moment. Okay, in fact, all of you go over here. Kind of an electro swing to this, liking that. The current novel I'm working on has sort of a futuristic Roaring Twenties vibe to it, so I've been listening to a lot of electro swing lately. So this is kind of cool. So this will go here. And it can go here. Okay, now, let's start out with the basics, literally. Back to functional. All right. So I need refiners. Where's my basic refiners? There we go. Oh, let's just do this a different way. Tier 1 to Tier 5. Awesome. So I have 2 basic refiners. Okay, equip. We'll tuck one over here. Did I? Yeah, I did glass that window in. Okay, cool. For a second, it was looking like it wasn't. And I want to keep that square open the whole way around. Like so. Right. Okay, and then... yeah. And we'll do that much space, because why wouldn't you? So that's those 2 basics right there. And then I got 2 basic smelters. We're gonna use to fill in some visual space, really, is what I'm talking about. Because with that overhang there, it looks cool, but it chews up a lot of vertical, right? And so my usual idea, which is to stand them on end, encounters problems over that close. Right? Can't really get any closer than that. And so that's cool. You know, there's still some value there, but do lose a little bit of space like that. So I'm just going to use this, particularly with this overhang here, because I went with this kind of contoured entrance, and then the dip ins for the pads. It used a little bit more vertical space than I would have otherwise. So we're just going to install these ones, quote, conventionally. Like so. And then we're going to, oops. G. And like so. Okay. That means that when you're outside looking through the windows, that fills that initial space in fairly tightly, and then I'll pile everything up behind it. Okay, let's do that. Render engine is struggling today, I see. Okay. Oh, really? You're gonna be like that? Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna need my, well, I suppose I could use this. Yeah, I'll just use these. Oops, no, you'll do. Am I too far over? No, I'm not. Okay, so you'll go there. And then I should, yep, perfect. Like so. There we go. Okay, one tower done. Alrighty, folks. I need to go refill my coffee mug and such. So we're going to take a minute, go watch a sunrise together, and then we will get back to what we're doing. So I will be right back. All right, we're back. Hope everyone's doing okay. Got a fresh cuppa. Made myself a cup of mocha, which is nice. One of my roommates every once in a while makes coffee with a dash of cinnamon mixed into the grounds, and I find you put a scoop of just cheap hot chocolate into that and give it a good stir, and you wind up with, this really yummy cinnamon chocolate mocha thing going on, and yay. So, all right, let's get back to building stuff. Holiday, I think they do different things. Basic industry skills over industry handling. Well, let's go take a look. All right. Let's see here. So efficiencies reduce crafting time. Proficiencies are required to turn the equipment on. Right? And then crafting is just generic. And then handling. Okay, so handling reduces... Okay, so efficiency handling requires... Okay, is the upgrade to efficiency, is the way it works. So you need to have this maxed to get into this. If the manufacturer skill is based on the... Well, it's based on who turned the board on, as far as I know. So it works out the same thing. So the basic industry skills here, you've got mining and inventory, you've got, so yes. So you need your proficiencies to turn stuff on. That's the first thing. Programming board or not, you need to be able to turn the equipment on, and this will govern how well it's going to work, right? And what level you can operate at. Right? Yeah. And then your proficiencies, yeah. Instead, you've got your efficiencies and your efficiency handlings. And efficiency is the base, and then efficiency handling is the upgrade. So the idea, for example, assembly S, well, if you max this out, that's 10% off the time, and then if you specialize into metalworking, you can shave another 10% off there. So that's a 20% time reduction. That's when deployed. Yeah, okay. Whee! Clunk. Ow! My knees! Yeah, and that's the... Okay, so handling... Yeah, okay. Thank you, Tubes. So handling, that's your reapply on construct from time to time, right? Or when you deploy it, as Tubes says. Okay. Let's get another one of these built. Refiners. All right, same idea again. Yeah, we actually prefer this side here because we want to face the windows. And we'll leave a space there to walk between. And we'll back this up until we are no longer redlocked. Ta-da! And then we get down to floor levels, so we make sure we're touching floor level. Like so. And then the rest of them are easy. Oh, okay. So we'll have to move, tuck that back just a little wiggle. There we go, right? So. That's fine. There we go. I just think they look. I just think they look cool that way. When you get a bunch of them thumping away, it really does kind of look spiffy. I think, anyway. Oh, wrong side. I want this side. Do I, though? But do I? No, well, it works out to be the same thing. We'll go this side. Indecision. I don't even want a visual collation up here with the voxels, for example, so we're going to trim that. Go, yeah, that's touching floor, good. We have our walk space. There we go, that's looking all right. I have a little bit of waste space here. I'll have to figure out something tiny to do with that. That might be a good place to put. Well, I'll figure it out. Okay. Cool. It works. All right. And then something, something. Don't want to leave. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's yeah, okay. How am I going? I got 4 left. Okay, fine. That's awesome. This is going much quicker than I thought. Ah, okay. That's just... stop that. There we go. Hey, Necro. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. How you doing? Okay. So now we got some of that. I got one left. Of course. So we will use this vertical. We'll use this empty space here, and we'll tuck that in there, and that'll fill that in nicely. Right, just like that. All right. Okay, that's much better. Now, your name is product. You can go to the back of the line. Your name is product. You can go to the back of the line. Here we go. Okay. And then... Well, okay, yeah, right. So yes, we need to do that as well. What are you output to? Transfer nitron. Okay. You're already hooked to transfer, which was the correct answer. You're already hooked to transfer. You're already hooked to nitron. Yep, cool. Okay, you're up. Okay, that's already done. Awesome. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook half of each tower to each bin. Now, almost guaranteed what this means is I'm going to need more smelters, but... well, smelters, refiners, you get the idea. And we'll do the front ones as well. Okay, cool. And then these. Okay. Okay, and that gets that all hooked up. That's cool. Now. No, it's this door over here. Okay, cool. I can see the time will be coming, though, that I'm probably going to need to then subdivide my ore, the actual ore distribution. But I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. Of course, I think you got like 20 outputs. It's the inputs that are limited, like the industry plugs. Okay, there we go. All right, so that means that all of these are now hooked up and can produce. All right. Oh, cool, Necro. I actually get a kick out of doing the asteroid mining stuff. I just don't need it. I do it far more often. It's just that selling the ore makes no sense, and I don't have anywhere to keep it. So, yeah, I don't. But okay, thank you, Tubes. Yeah, carbon. Yeah, I agree. Carbon fiber with aluminum is my go-to build materials. In fact, even if I'm building a PvP, even if I'm building PvP, my interior core tends to be that, and then I wrap it in an armor bubble. Okay. Okay, so now I need to do the same thing with smelters, right? And here, now, let me look at this. Yeah, it wasn't very bright, but that's okay. I'll adjust later. Well, I'll adjust in a moment. And then here, we are way too low to the ground. The problem is it looks weird otherwise, so that will do. Yep, we can do that. That'll fix that problem nicely. Never mind. Forgot about that. It's just a weird shaped machine. It really is. Not just symmetrical enough to cause problems. Oh, I had it right. Never mind. Yeah, that's something I gotta do. I want to get into. I wanted to start delivering a couple of boatloads of cells to the community hall. Nope. Huh. Well, isn't that annoying? All right. Okay, so then we do it again. Okay, so that actually... Yeah, right. Well, you know, that's not awful. And yeah, I could do them in 4s, but it covers up too much of the blinky lights, so I don't like that. There we go. I got 7 of those left. Awesome. Lots. Lots. I'll do that. Where's the... Oh, it was way too high was the problem. Okay, cool. Close enough. Yeah, what I've found, Necro, is that I have actually found rare and exotic asteroids in the blue zone that were public and 20-something, 30-something, 40-something hours old, and no one had landed there. So there is a dead zone between when North America goes offline and Europe wakes up, that essentially, other than Aslan, there's no one on. And so there's a bunch of asteroids that spawn into the blue zone that, yep, likely no one's looked at it. That what happens is someone goes and looks at a DSAT and says, oh, it's 30 hours old. It's a rare. Everyone's gutted that already. And no one's looked at the thing because everyone just did the exact same thing. It's 30 hours old. It's emptied already. So I actually tend to go for asteroids that are about 30 hours old and 30 to 40 hours old. And I have not run into one that I didn't pull a full hold of valuable material out of. So, yeah, there's just not enough people. There are way more asteroids than there are people exploiting them. Okay, I got 3 uncommon smelters left, so I can do a pair and a sit down. Okay, that's cool. So what I'll do is I'll tuck the pair in over here and then leave the laydown unit. I don't know. Yeah, probably put the laydown unit over there. So let's do it. Toby apparently has just returned, and there is much flailing going on in Discord currently. No, specifically not. The whole point is that, for lack of a better way of putting it, you have to play the game. The go and look around and do the survey is intentionally part of the gameplay loop. Now, the fastest way to do that, Necro, asteroids are all the same size, 500 meters. By definition, if you've got good skills, the middle of the asteroid, you can see the whole rock. So, yeah. So just dig a hole straight down 500 meters, and that'll tell you everything that's on the rock. Now, my take on it is, yeah, whatever. It's all free. But, if you're desperate, particularly if it's a PvP rock and you're there to get to get the valuable stuff, yeah, you do a drill dive. Yep, cool. All right, cool. Now, all right, and all of these, we're just going to split every stack the same way I did before. And Odd Duck goes there. And then I got a couple of weirdos up front. And there we go. Okay. Okay, now these are going to feed all of the... So, whoops, what are you doing? So again, we're going to do halvesies, as it were. There we go. So that's Foundry Part 1 done. That's much better. Visually better and better balanced. And what that means is that if I need to do an expansion, that'll just grow into this back corner over here, and I use the same pattern. But I think it's going to look friggin' awesome when that's running, which is the point. Okay. What are you? You're... Okay. What are you plugged into? I think you're supposed to be a fuel bin, but that's not how I'm doing things now. Yeah, you go to finished goods A2, which does nothing now. Okay. So you can go away. My, how large? That can go away. And that means I need to move this thing back out here. The idea is I'm large, you know, if I'm just dropping stuff off, I'll probably be using this pad near the door, and so I've just got the ore right there. That's cool. Alright. Well, damn, dude. That looks pretty good. Got some good vibe going on. Lots of visual density. I can walk around. It's not... It's crowded, but not unusable. Alright, cool. Next. Let's clean this mess up next. Yeah. Okay, so I'll put these containers back where they go. So we'll tuck you all the way over here if I can. No, that's as good as it gets. So visually there. And then I need a product 01. Where'd it go? There we are. So you go here. And then I need Piers 02. And we leave ourselves our one square walking path. And you go here. Okay, cool. That gets me that. Right. I probably just rip this chunk of floor out now. I think I will. There. No preconceived notions. All right. Now, what have we got here? You can go away. I should have left the lights there, but that's fine. It's not like they're expensive to put back. Was I? And yeah, even if I'm using a colored paint on them, it's okay. Relay, yeah, okay. All right, let's now. What are you hooked up to? Okay, there's nothing hooked to that. Excellent. You can go away. Oops, not you. Okay, that's 6. That's you over there, huh? Yep, that's the right one. Okay. Sit, stay. Go away. And that's the same idea here. That's that one there. Okay. That's the one all the way in on the edge. That's that one over there. Okay. Second one in from the end. There we go. So, all right. Oh, hello there. Go away. Anybody else? No? Okay, cool. That's going to be a pain in the ass to move. But I have a cunning plan. When in doubt, tear the floorboards out. I'm going to leave that there because I'll want that functionality back. And then F8. And that's glossy aluminum. Not enough material. I hate you too. Okay. And those wedges up there, I think I'll leave them. The one on the end I'll get rid of just for now. Goodbye. Here we go. All right. Let's... I'll move... Okay. Oh, well, that's a drag. Okay. I guess we'll go that far then. I'm rarely accused of not going far enough, but apparently this is actually the case now. Oh yeah, I wanted to fix that. Cool. We may as well just shave this piece out of the way. Just blob it all back. Okay. Not a fan of the part where it just twists on an axis because random reason. Awesome. Holiday, no. Which is why I advocate that, particularly for static constructs, you are better off building as minimal as you can initially and putting skill points into rushing, into getting up to having L cores available to you. And then you'll be fine. And then just do as much as you can on L cores. It'll save you a lot of headaches. As there's not a real great reason to be building with anything smaller than an M core for a spaceship. Hybrids, yeah, S's are plenty big, unless you've got a specialty idea. But generally speaking, I advocate just go straight to L cores, and unless there's a particular reason not to, just build with L cores. The creative freedom is much better. Your mileage may vary. Professional driver, closed course, well, unprofessional driver in my case, etc., etc. Advice may not be suited for any particular purpose. Refund equal to original value of purchase, and all generalizations are false, including this one. Okay, so I happen to know, because Drax can't keep his mouth shut, that XL cores are in testing. Dynamic XLs are in testing on Settlers, but they are not. But no decision has been made yet on release. But that broadly implies that that yeah, right now large is the biggest you can go, with potentially XLs in the future. Sorry for the tedious bit here, but I need to get this done so I can get so that things are not in my way while trying to do other things. That reminds me, I need to send a bug report into NQ. I guess the problem I have is I don't have a lot of faith that NQ will fix it. And so I would literally, based on bug reports I put in the past, identifying just straight up, this is broke. Yeah, we know. Well, how long have you known, and when do you anticipate fixing it? No comment. Closed ticket. Okay. Okay, cool. I do not yet have a BP to give away. We're still in the beta stage. So whoever wins, let me know their name. I will give them a beta BP, and with the idea that they will get the that they'll get the full BP when I'm actually done. Mostly I'm just waiting for my Voxelier to finish up the cleanup. Okay? So I will happily donate the yeah, for lack of a better way of putting a holiday, the market won't let you hide something. Okay? So what happens is if they add something for testing, it shows up on the market. Whether or not anybody can make them yet. Right? And that's just how it is. there's no sensitivity in the market about whether or not an item is available for testing or is functional. So for open testing, it winds up showing up in the market whether or not Jimbo and Lunar are ready for it to be visible. And yeah, and that sounds stupid, except for, keep in mind that the flipper to this, of course, was that, Nova Quark had their own beta testing server, right? And so it wasn't a concern. Um, Wait? Okay, well, that's fine. Um, yeah, weird. Um, don't know how I managed to do that, but okay, sure. I will just nod yes. Although, no, it just looks weird. Okay, here we go. That's that problem fixed. That simplifies the visible electronics mess up here. Just gonna tuck all this up out of the way here. If anybody wants to walk over what that circuit does, by the way, let me know. It's a timing circuit. It basically runs a loop. Mr. Holiday, the Vulcan engines are, yeah, all they are is a reskin for visual purposes so that you can build things that look much more the way you think they should. That's all they are. They're a reskin of, or a skin swap specifically, between engines from the original game. So it allows you to have an atmospheric engine that looks like either a space engine, an atmospheric engine, or a rocket engine. It allows you to have a rocket engine that looks like any of those, and it allows you to have a space engine that looks like any of those. That's all the counterphase and Vulcan thing is. Okay. I'm not using them yet because it doesn't help me do anything I particularly need, but eventually you will start seeing some of those designs coming out from my side. Okay. So now that I've got all this cleaned up and I can get back to dropping machinery down. Okay. Can I just grab an entire area and say remove dynamic? Yes. Well, poof. And then stack. Thank you. Wheels are silly. Hover's much better. Wheels are for people who don't have the technology for ground effects. Okay, now let's start building lines. Right, so I've got these actually need to, the first thing that needs to move happen is these need to move. So product will go here. Okay, that'll go there. And these will go back here so they're easy to click. All right. So, all right, now, let's talk. Okay, metalworks, electronics, chemical. That just doesn't sound right. Okay, let's, so, well, we're going to turn that sideways like so. Hey, Venher. Hover wheels, yes, absolutely. Sounds like an excellent invention. Luddite. You'll go here. You'll go here. Wow, nice haul. Okay, and then I need one basic chem. I need one furnace. No, that's the wrong way to do that. Let's do it this way. There. That should do. And then do it again for here. Yeah, might as well just do that now. Okay, so that'll go here. And then chemical equip. Like so. Okay, then basic electronics will do. Yeah, that'll do. there. And then this one will go here. Pending operation. Do I have visitors? Or is the server just busy? Server's just busy. 144 players. Okay. Okay, then basic metalwork. Equip. I think this will work. I think. Maybe. There. Okay. All right. That can't be right. The 3D printers. No, there. What am I missing? That's... I feel like I'm forgetting some piece of equipment. Alright, alright, well, fine. Okay, and then I need the metalworking machine. Oh, no. Equip. Right. And then metal worker. Equip. And the outboard one needs to be set like this. Right. And then chemical. What was I thinking? Oh, yeah, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'll probably need to move those, but that's fine. Okay, that's that. Yeah, so that runs me into the glass there, but we're okay with that. This one will just be a little pinched. Okay, Yeah, okay. So officially that's a pod, or a line. But yeah, I'm gonna double everything up. I won't want to do it though. Alright, so then... Well, okay. Let me just stop and think here. So let's come back over here. And... Yeah, because I don't know where this corner... Well, I do know where this corner is. It's here-ish. I mean, it's very-ish, but... That in turn means that I can make some decisions based on that. I don't know. You would probably want to ask in chat about that. In Discord chat. Yeah, I don't recall seeing them, I guess is the best I can give you. That'll do for now. Am I out of laser beams? I'm out of laser beams. That makes me cry. There. Although I suppose I could go upstairs and remove some of the ones up here. Okay. But I'm just going to leave... Yeah, good enough. Good enough. It seems to me, if you check, Mr. Holliday, under Resources in the Tiny Factory discussion, someone has been maintaining a text document in there with all the codes as they're released. Check in that in case it's been updated with the new codes. Okay, so now we're gonna... Okay, well, I'm gonna shuffle everything back a little bit. There we go. So if that's going to be an outside wall, it would be cool then to turn and build coming back this way. So let's think about that. Equip. So that's going to get built this way, so we can see the outside edge. And we'll just run that up to here-ish. Now we'll leave a little more room just because. No, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that goes there. And then we get the common electronics, which is going to tee off here. Oops, stop that. No, no, you don't go there. You go, no, you go down this end. Like so. And then back here, we have 3D printer thingy. Equip. Like so. And then we have the chem and the glass. So we want just a little bit of that poking through like so, and then we want to go up high enough that it's no longer touchy, and then we slide over towards glass. We do not wish to touch the glass, however. No, that's good. And we do the same thing with the chem lab. And yeah, should have left it where it was, but I want, oop, no, R key, no, this direction, please. Yeah, that'll do. Goes pretty much right over that one. Okay. Okay. Wow, that leaves a lot of room, actually. Okay. So that's 3 over there. I can build 2 more here, and then I can double everything up, and that'll give me 5 operational lanes. At least. We'll start with that, and then I'll go back and add more if I can. Goes there. Okay, and then glass. chemical equip. My kingdom for the ability to copy element sets. Okay, that doesn't look bad. Now let's go back over here and take a look. All right, I want another 3D printer, obviously. I have 8 of those. Okay, yep. What are we bumping here? Oh, you, huh? Okay. There we go. Yep, same problem here. 4. Okay. Alright, that's that. Then we come over here. Now, in this case, we'll put these two both facing the window. And then this one can face the other way for neatness sake. All right. And then I have 3 more. So that means, all right, well, let's drop them. We'll do that. Go. Actually, that's an odd duck, so it actually needs to be up here, which means it needs to be facing the other way. There we go. That goes like that. Okay, cool. And we'll go back over here, and then we need more electronic-y thingies. We'll put down the metalworkers next, because, you know, obvious. Metalwork, equip. I have 7 of those. Okay. Uh-oh, I may have foo-fooed over here. Let me see. Oh, no, that's because this is supposed to go here. Close to the glass. No, that doesn't go there. Stop it. No, that is where that goes. Yeah. What did I do? That should be over here. And then this one should be there. What are we up against here? Okay, so you are just in the wrong spot. Do that. What am I? Okay, so that should be there, quote. Ah, there we go. Okay. So that's... Alright, cool. And then... Okay. And we wind up playing that whole dance again, I suspect, here. Yeah, same problem. Okay, 9. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then here... Okay, cool. What have I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Yes. I believe it's a block of 64 by 64, Willie Ken. Or a cube, 64 by 64 by 64, I think. I haven't measured it in a while, though. It's either 64, it's either a cube of 64 or a cube of 32. So, yeah, you wind up having to do it as a set of passes. When that's the reason a lot of developers, a lot of designers initially do their voxel work in multiple colors, so it's easy to figure out how big a grabbable block is, and then when they're done making everything look right, they go back and recolor it with the material they intend to use. Or they do shit like this. Every one of those is a 5 by 5 square, right? So from that to that is a 5 by 5 square, which is the reason the floor looks the way it does in here. Now, there's a way to turn that off, but you run risking out of memory. Because it's a geometric progression, you do run the risk of running your machine out of memory if you if you glom too big a block. And that'll just cause throw errors on you while you're trying to get shit done. It's under the options menu. One sec, I'll find it for you here. It was much more of a concern when the game was first released, or in conceived 10 years ago, right? But we're now into an era where people have got machines with more RAM on their video card than they did on the motherboard when this game was released, right? And, I mean, that's just a reality. sure. And that's fine as well. I'm okay with that. Right. And then we'll do, how many have I got left? 6. Plenty. Excellent. Yeah, I should just left it there. Okay. Wow, got a lot of space left over. So all that can get pushed forward. I got, okay, that's cool. That's awkward. Yeah, that's awkward, Necro. Nancy Drew in space, the mystery of the missing asteroid. Hi, NQ. Mystery solved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, can't do it that way. Oops. Four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, this one's going to be weird because the way the entry kind of fusses over here. 3, 4, 5. No, it's going to fit. Alright, well, color me surprised. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4. Okay, that doesn't work. Got about 15, 20 minutes left in the stream, by the way. And then we'll be wrapping up for the day. Still a lot of empty space up here. That can probably all be pushed forward another 10. Well, at least 10, right? Because 5, 10, yeah. So at least 5, if not 10. But I want to start getting stuff plugged back in. Okay. So now, what's left here? Chems and glass. Quick. Yeah, okay. Just looks weird if I do it that way. And why? Yeah, that please. Thank you. $165 players on now? Awesome. I'm still seeing 144, but yeah, okay. Yep, I got 160 if I do a players online. So there you are. That's pretty damn cool. Okay. So let's start by flipping this over. And then grabbing another one just like it, as it were. Go. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. It should still all be in your hold. Like, you shouldn't have lost anything you mined, but yeah. Okay. Alright, so that's gonna be a problem there. Let's sit you over here and fix this. Or get this set up first. let's grab this now. And let's see if we can't find a place that fits. So we can do that, and then I might be able to get another one tucked in on top of it. Or, at worst, it'll just go up onto the next one. Alright. Okay, cool. Okay. That goes over that. What's going on? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, right. That goes there. How many I got left? 5. Okay. Wow. Lots. Okay, that puts 2 there. That leaves me with 3. I don't see a point to adding more just now. Glass furnaces we will equip. Oh, other way around, thank you. No, I had it right. Never mind. In news that will surprise nobody, the cat's playing with the mouse. Stop it, you silly thing. Okay. All right. And then we can go. That leaves me with 4. Oh, fuck. Forgot about that. Okay, I'm not going to bother fighting with that. Creativity or not. Oh, right. I want it the other way around. So. Well, there is that, Kestrel, yes. Oh, I'm out. Okay. All right. Here we go. That's a fairly condensed looking kind of build. Here, I thought you were talking about the house cat, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, still same answer, really. All right. Now, all of these need access to ore and product. Nope. The way it works, Mr. Holiday, is they're automatic rewards based on playtime. So as you play the game, you will get the rewards. Stop. Product. Peers. Okay. You go back there. You go back there. Okay. Front. Then back. What I don't want to do is double up on connectors. I have not found one, Mr. Holiday. I think I got everything over here. There. Okay, that's better. Whoops. No, not that. Thank you. There we go. Sorry, I just had a brain blank there. Getting tired. Wasn't feeling too well yesterday, so. Okay, that's this one all done. Yep, I think. All right. Oh, fuck. Wrong way. what I'm trying as much as possible is to ensure that in the industry duplication, every pair, each machine in the pair pulls off a different box. So even if one box is out of, let's say, nickel, then the other machine will have what you need. And so only half of a pod will ever run out of material, is the idea. Pod line, whatever you want to call it. Oh, okay. Already did that one, I guess. Okay. Apparently we're done already. Mm-hmm. Yep, we're done. All right. So I will wind up needing to use distribution unit to stack a third one. Okay. So now we need a container. And then I need basic M, whip. And then I need functional. I need 2 transfer units. So then I need to remove Chem Industry. Chem Industry. And then those, so now this gets plugged in here. That gets plugged in there. And then I remove glass furnace, and I remove glass furnace. Okay, so you go here, and then both of these plug to the other one. That gives me 200 liters per tick transfer. Okay. And then rename. Extended 1. Okay. And now, well, I gotta go back and finish up. Now, where was I? That should be an in-link anyway. What are you doing? Okay. So there's going to be a couple of these lanes which are just going to be sort of at the mercy of the aggregation here, but can't get around that. Okay. But that's the reason I've got the aggregator doubled up. Almost done. Okay. That's all of the pures plugged in. Now I got to do the products. So we'll stash these back over here. And this will get cleaned up later. For now, good enough. However, I already know that not enough plugs. So we're just going to do it again now. Equip. We'll drop 2 of these here right now. And we'll go get some containers. And 6. They're both output to here. And both input from the first container. Both input from the second container. And then okay, there we go. All right. Okay. Alrighty, folks, that's it for me for today. That's 4 hours. That's plenty on a Sunday stream. So yeah, we'll be doing some more. By the way, anybody's welcome to come hang out while I'm working around the factory. I'm going to be doing. Well, yeah, I got the other half to do yet, right? Well, the other 2/3. So, but this is a good start. You get an idea and how much just a little bit of rearranging has done in terms of freeing up working space on the floor and getting everything slightly better visually presented. So that'll allow me to come down to get four double lane systems running pretty quickly. And with all of them running the same stuff, I should be able to work on the space station. Well, I got 3 projects that I need parts for. The ground station, the space station, and then the parts, the build kits for both the E19 and the Stellar Forge. And a lot of parts on the Stellar Forge. It's a big ship, lots of pieces. So that's all of that needs to get set up and plugged in and chomping away. So yeah. Oh, anytime. My pleasure, Mr. Holiday. I'm glad I can help. Necro, you are very welcome. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. Kestrel, thank you very much. You as well. Take care of yourself out there. And Tubes, yeah, you as well. Hope you have the rest of your day goes well for you. Take care of yourself. For everybody else who may be catching this later on the VOD or is just hanging out and lurking in the chat right now, thank you as well. I do appreciate your time. Do appreciate you being here. You come online? Okay, very cool, Necro. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll wait till I'll give it a minute and I'll just raid over to you. So ping me when you're ready. I'll talk show for a minute or two here, and yeah, when you're ready, I'll just raid straight over to you. But yeah, I'm happy with how it's come out so far. Lots of good stuff done. Actually, we'll take the moment to run over, come into build mode here. I need a bunch of stuff, and I may as well just load it into my elevator now. While we're waiting for Necro to give us the sign. Give us a sign, sir. All types. So I need. Okay. Do that, please. Yep. Boop. And then stack items. Oh, you are very welcome, Tubes. Yeah, no, it's great. Glad you like it. All right, I'll be right there. I'm just gonna load up, load the lifter up here, and we'll raid over to you there. Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. Here we go. All right, and then stack again. Stack all. So yeah, I need wait a second. You okay, no, I have glass panels there. I've got detection zones. What was it I was thinking? Was it actual no, it was just the glass panels. Okay, well, you know something? I'm just gonna grab the whole stack I got down here and load them up. And then, is there any, by quantity, please, load a high. Lumi, everything else is fine. I got lots of everything. Okay, great. So next time I go up to the station, I'm good to start building again. Cool. So yeah, here we go. Okay, thank you very much for everybody. Take care of yourselves. Have fun with whatever games you play, and we'll see you all again soon. And in the meantime, take care of yourselves. Be sure you reach out to your friends and, yeah, let them know you're thinking of them. All right. Gonna hit that magic raid button here, and we'll raid on over. Let's see here. Here we are. Twitch. Raid. It's a raid. And there we are. Necro. Yeah. Start that raid. All right, everybody. So hang out, stick tight, and we'll raid on over to Necro. Keep the vibe going. Be cool when you get there. Shout out a little bit. If you're not already following, do follow them. They work awful hard. They do cool stuff, and yeah. So, and they're a great member of the community as well. All right. All right, it's right on over. 3, 2, 1. Take care of yourselves. Hang on. Beep. All right, and for those of you still kicking around, that's it. We're done. Take care of yourselves. Have fun with whatever games you're playing, and we'll see y'all again soon. Bye bye.